exposure guide. Sing for Santa. Sony Chukwa. Shindikwada Iwa. Sinquad, Sinquado. Sinquada Quoda Bindo.
berasal dari karena keesay umuman di Luego berasal energi karena reisi enokuman ni doete ini aman himan pasata kanagi yang paurena seteefe unduni teknologi anak kaisete berasal energi karena Etimologi anak bayi berasal berisi tentang teknologi anak bersete. Ay, noso, rekaan babashi, sumoke, Kasanta. Se DF. Detengono. Rease. Reise 9. Kasanta lagi yang Paurena. Reasa.
next.
Reset. Reisi. Kasanta. Lagi yang sedih. Jadi, berasal PES? どれが下？これ。CTF unlimited.
Oh, thank you so much.
Soup.
Drenase energi
work for exposure, darling.
Reisi.
The world might turn out to be completely wrong.
Winter blows into Hayden Valley, a land of deep snows and Arctic conditions, in the heart of Yellowstone National Park. Here, temperatures can plunge to 40 below. Snow drifts up to 20 feet or more. Few animals can survive winter under these conditions. A few bison winter here, losing energy with every step. Foxes must break the crust for every meal. Once, this valley was the heart of a vast volcano. Its remnant leaks out in steam and hot springs. Wolves have not called this valley home for more than 80 years, until now. 10 years after they were reintroduced into Yellowstone. 2 wolves, 1 gray, the other almost white, have arrived to colonize the valley. The couple, in their prime, have already reared litters together. It remains to be seen if this new Hayden Valley pack can hunt enough food to
The positive feedback, the reassurance is going to come from the outside world. But unless you attend to the outside world, if your attention is focused on the inside, then all you're going to experience is the cringe over and over and over and over and over again. I find everything cringy. So I'm finding everything in life cringy. My attempts at conversations just make me feel cringy. Seeing others conversate is cringy. Seeing everything in social media is cringy. People around me make me cringe, and I try to avoid being around when I want to make friends. It makes me feel like everyone is trying too hard and are just corny, especially when the conversations are just random nonsense. I feel like this is holding me back from engaging and making me feel like a bad guy. Even when I play multiplayer games, I cringe at anyone using meta weapons just trying too hard. In my head right now, I understand why anyone would do what they do, and of course they need to use meta to secure the dub. But when I'm in the moment, I just find myself cringing at everything necessary in life. Any tips or explanations on this, I would severely appreciate. Fantastic post. Okay. So, let's try to understand. This is going to be like kind of like an internal answer to this. So if you're concerned that things are too cringy, and you think you yourself are cringy and that other people are cringy, we're going to approach this in two angles. One is we're going to talk like internally, where cringe comes from, and we're going to talk about externally, like what it means to actually be cringy, okay? So the first thing to understand is that cringe is essentially a judgment, right? So if you label something as cringy, that is a judgment you are making on something else. So if you want to be less, like if you think the world is way too cringy, this is actually a problem of your mind judging too harshly. Now, I'm not quite sure exactly why this person thinks everything is cringe, where that judgment comes from, but if we think about what capacity of the mind, what part of the mind labels things as cringe, it's essentially a judgment. So in terms of social interaction, sometimes we have difficulty interacting with other people because we feel we're cringy, right? This person didn't explicitly say that, but I sort of, maybe they did. But I'm sort of getting the sense that they have difficulty interacting with other people because they feel that they are cringe, because in turn, they think everyone else is cringe and everything is cringe. So this is the challenge is that I think if you're, how can I say this? The first thing to understand is that if your mind is like thinking about cringe too much, you're not actually attuning to the outside world. So the process of labeling something as cringe, the process of believing that you yourself are cringe, is actually a judgment that you're carrying on in here, right? So you're playing this whole script in here, like judging that, and you're like, oh my God, that's so cringe. Like, you're not 100% paying attention to the conversation. You're not absorbed in the conversation. You're busy criticizing the conversation, thinking about the conversation. You're thinking about the conversation, right? You're almost on a meta level. Instead of participating in the thing, you are commenting about the thing. So for example, if I eat a piece of food and I enjoy the food, or I can be critical of the food, and the more critical I am of the food, the less I'm able to enjoy it because my mind is not attending to the outside world. My mind's attention is on the internal world and a judgment that I'm making. So this is kind of the interesting thing, is that like the negative energy in your mind will continue to cycle. This is why this person finds everything cringe, because their mind is in such a judgmental mode that all it knows how to do is like judge. So it's like Judgy McJudgerson. So everything that happens, I'm going to judge it. 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 So the first question is, how do you stop doing that, right? So like, if my mind is in a highly judgmental mode, there are a couple of things that could be going on. The first is that you learned this from somewhere, okay? So if you learned it from somewhere, that means like maybe you were judged a lot growing up, or like you're very, very sensitive to judgment, or you grew up with a parent who was constantly judging you. Therefore, your mind started to learn how to be very judgmental towards other people. So you need to connect those dots and then you start to realize, oh, actually, this isn't like me actually thinking this is cringe. This is my mind's conditioning, labeling everything around me as like insufficient in some way, right? So that's the first question, is like, where did you learn to become so judgmental? Second thing you can do is start to externalize. So if you find yourself being like super judgmental, instead of like thinking those thoughts and being trapped up here, try to absorb yourself in the experience of whatever you're doing. So if you're talking to someone, actually like stop and listen to them, right? Instead of judging what they say, like try to understand what they say. Try to understand, where does this person come from? Even if I think it's cringe, where is it coming from? For yourself too, if you're judging yourself and you think you are cringe, notice that that too is internally focused, right? Your attention is not pointed towards the outside. When you speak words, you are not attending to that person's response. You are just caught up with how your words could be perceived. So instead of actually paying attention to how your words are perceived, you are filled up in your mind with how they could be perceived and how cringe it could be. So I want you to just notice that, like, if you think you are cringy and you have a lot of crippling social anxiety, notice that you're not actually paying attention to the outside world. You're just in your own head. And this is why it can be so crippling, because the positive feedback, the reassurance is never going to come from your head. The positive feedback, the reassurance is going to come from the outside world. But unless you attend to the outside world, if your attention is focused on the inside, then all you're going to experience is the cringe over and over and over and over and over again. Does that make sense? And these people feel stuck because the very solution they need, the medicine that they need, is not inside, it's on the outside, but their mind keeps on focusing on their internal thought process. Okay? Does that make sense? So, cringe is born of judgment, the judging part of the mind, the manas. So you can try to think a little bit about where you learned how to be so judgmental, why you are so judgmental, and the solution is going to be actually attending to external stimuli. So really listen to what someone else is saying. Even if you think what you're saying is cringe, you're thinking that in your head, whereas you need to pay attention to the facial expressions of other people. What do they think? Okay? Are they enjoying the conversation? Try to like pay attention to the actual conversation. Y'all are talking about something. Who cares how it's received or not received? Just have the conversation. So switch your attention externally. Now, this conversation would not be complete without actually talking about cringe. So here's the thing. How do you know if you're actually being cringy? So cringe, in my opinion, if I were to define it, what is cringe and what is not cringe? Cringe is forcing someone into an interaction. So it is like super, super cringe is like forcing something, okay? So I'll give you all an example. Like hitting on your waitress is cringe. Hitting on your waiter is cringe. Why? Because like they don't have a choice, right? Like who's the cringiest person? Like your grabby uncle at the holidays. Grabby uncle comes over to you and is like starts grabbing you, and it's like you can't. What's cringe is like you can't really say no. Like it's not like a clear problem. Like it's not like a violation. It's not like an assault. It's not like something that you can go to jail for, but it's something that's forced and people aren't given a choice to like interact with you or not. That's what's cringe. Right? So like if you're a gamer and then someone on voice chat is female and their genitals are different, like forcing an interaction with them is cringe. If you're in an anime convention and there is a woman there and she is wearing a shirt of an anime that you like, going over and talking to her, not cringe at all. Not paying attention to her signals and persisting in a conversation with her is cringe. So forcing an interaction is cringe, right? Like that's the definition of cringe. So if y'all want to learn, like, how do I actually be? So the first part was like, you think you're cringy in your head, but you may not be cringy at all. Actually being cringy is one very, 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 very simple thing, which is, do I force interactions on other people? And if the answer to that is yes, you are being cringy. So this is like chain texting someone who's not responding back to you. That is cringe. You're forcing them into an interaction. So if someone has an escape route, if someone does not have to interact with you and they choose to interact with you, then you are not being cringe. Okay? So if you guys are trying to figure out what cringe is, am I forcing people into interactions? Am I letting people go if they want to go? Then I'm not being cringe, because then it's totally cool. It's like volitional. Like, don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. So just ask yourself this question. Am I forcing someone into an interaction? Because this is what's going to happen. A lot of y'all that are concerned about being cringe are going to discover, actually, I'm not being cringe because I came over, we're at a party, I sat down, they sat down, we're talking for a little bit, they've had ample opportunity to leave and they haven't left yet. So I'm not being cringe. Totally cool, totally fine, not a big deal. On the flip side, this is going to be scary because a lot of y'all are cringe. And you don't realize you're cringe because you haven't really thought a little bit about the way you're forcing people into interactions. You're not really thinking about the passive-aggressive crap that you do to get people to interact with you, right? Like when someone else is compassionate and then they don't respond to your text message and then you like threaten self-harm because they're not responding, that is cringe. You're forcing them into an interaction, right? You're emotionally manipulative. So unfortunately, this happens all the time. Happens with random people on the internet. Happens in families. Happens when parents do it, right? When they guilt trip you into coming for the holidays. Like, that's cringe. They're forcing an interaction on you. So you really need to think long and hard. Are you forcing interactions on people? Are you letting people leave gracefully? Or do they have to, like, push you away? Because that's what happens when someone is cringe, right? Like, the person who's on the receiving end of the cringe has one of two options. They can escalate to the point of being somewhat inappropriate, and they fucking hate doing that because then they seem crazy. Right? It's like if someone comes over to you and is like sexually suggestive but never says anything wrong, and then you're like, dude, just get away from me. It's like the other person's like, what? You're overreacting. I didn't say anything. And then you feel like an idiot because you're like, yeah, like you didn't actually say anything, but you implied like way too much crap for me to be comfortable with. So you like force people, and this is what cringe people do. They like figure this out. They figure out like what's that sweet gray zone where like they don't clearly warrant a rejection, but they're like I'm in the uncomfortable phase, right? Like I'm like kind of right in the mid on the border of that boundary. So you got to be super careful. If you are cringe, ask yourself this question: do I let people leave the interaction gracefully, or do I punish them for leaving? Because then you could be cringe. Questions about cringe? So the line between cringe and toxic. So toxic tends to be like damaging. I don't know that cringe is necessarily toxic. So you can have people who are not cringe and toxic and people who are cringe and not toxic. There's like somewhat relatively harmless people. Now it gets blurry because oftentimes when you set a boundary with someone who is cringe, they will become toxic. So once like they're like kind of like, you know, Uncle Billy is like touching you a little bit too much. And then you're like, Uncle Billy, please stop touching me. And then Uncle Billy's like, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm your uncle. Like, what do you think, pervert? That's toxicity. So sometimes when you reject someone who's being cringe, they will manifest toxicity towards you. Right? Questions? No, it doesn't even have to be like molesting, by the way. It's just like some people are just touchy and you're just not comfortable with that, you know? It doesn't have to be like sexual. It's just... I had an uncle who would like to hold my elbow when talking to them. They'd like shake my hand and hold my elbow, and they'd like just hold the elbow. It's just like weird. Okay. So one person is asking, so the more you're attached to people or things, the more cringe you are. Sort of. So the whole point of cringe is that there's a discrepancy between how into their face you are and how much license you have to be in their face. So for example, like when you're married, right? Like there's some interactions which are not cringe because they're like acceptable given the level of your relationship. So there are things that, you know, like that would be cringe in a different relationship, but in a marriage, like things are, you're allowed to have like more interactions, right? So it's like, I'm going to be around every day, for example, like my wife is going to be around every day. Like we live in the same house. Whereas if someone else was like showing up that I wasn't married to and was around every day, like that would be kind of cringe and like forcing interactions. Does that make sense? So the more you're in a relationship, the more cringe behaviors in a sense. I mean, they shouldn't be cringe, but the forced moves a little bit, right? Because there's going to be like more stuff that's like acceptable to do. Good question. Marriage is legalized cringe. Yeah, so Dr. K, you can take it too far the other way and appear cold. How do you stop that? Absolutely. So forcing interactions is cringe, and then like being cold is like not having enough interaction. So how do you stop that? The answer is actually the same. So when you're cold, chances are you're still thinking a lot about how the interaction is going to go, and you're just erring on the side of being like enclosed. So we see this a lot with people who are socially anxious, where they'll like kind of come across as like cold because they're afraid of overstepping, right? So they don't want to be like, so they end up like just kind of being in their own head. And the more you're in your own head, the colder you're going to be, the more removed you're going to appear to other people, because you're not like empathically interacting with them. You're not attending to their facial expressions, their words, things like that. So the more stuck you are in your own head, paradoxically, you can appear both cringe and you can appear cold. Okay? Can you grow to find cringy things as not cringe? Absolutely. So if we're talking about the internal side, remember that cringe is essentially a judgment of the mind, right? So as we become less judgmental, we can start to appreciate things that like other people will regard as cringe. So like I'll give you just a simple example. So let's say that there's someone who's dancing at a wedding who really doesn't know how to dance. In watching them, a lot of people are like, oh my God, that's so cringe. Whereas like if you're non-judgmental, you're like, hey, like that person doesn't know how to dance, but man, they seem to be having a fantastic time. That is awesome. I'm so happy for them. Even though they're like really don't know how to dance and everyone else is like, ugh. Right? You can be like, cool. Person is just enjoying themselves. Fantastic. Right? It's okay. They don't have to be perfect dancers. Is there a meditation for cringe? We're going to try to make one up right now. Let me think about this. Yeah, so I think what we're going to have to do... Yeah, okay, I've got a meditation for y'all. Y'all are so screwed. Okay. So this meditation is going to be a little bit different. All right? This is what we're going to do. You guys want a meditation for cringe. So remember, understanding cringe. So like our solution is going to be understanding stuff, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put on headphones and I'm going to start listening to some music. And while I listen to the music, I'm going to just vibe with it on the internet. I have no sense of rhythm, so Dr. K is super bad at this kind of thing. But I'm just going to listen to my music and I'm going to vibe with it. And y'all aren't going to be able to hear it because what I want you to do is vibe with your own music, right? So turn on some music and just vibe. And people are saying, oh my God, no, 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 no. Can you feel the cringe coming up? And then we're going to sit with that sensation, okay? And everyone's like, oh my God, no, 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 don't do it, right? So you feel that cringe arising. So this is how we're going to master the sensation of cringe. We're going to evoke it, learn how to tolerate it, right? Like we're going to like let it be there. We're going to let it wash through us, and then we're going to be like, okay, at the end. Okay? All right, so I'm going to put this on. I'm going to start vibing. Okay? This is great. I feel so embarrassed. It's so hard. Oh my God, what have I got myself into? Okay, let's go. I can feel that cringe coming up. Feel that cringe. Feel it. Feel how idiotic you feel. And now listen to the music. Take a deep breath. Feel the racing of your heart. So now I'm feeling like I need to move my body more. And that makes me feel more cringe, but we're going to move. Enjoy the music. Right? So, feel it. Now, feel it. Let the whole world judge you, but you're going to enjoy this moment. Breathe. Listen to the music. Big, deep breath. All right, my song ended too. Wasn't that great? So people are wondering. Meditation for cringe. So you feel so damn cringe when you're doing it. Like all these people are watching you like, I don't know how to dance. Like, what are they going to think? But just like focus on the sensation, right? Like don't focus on the cringe. You're going to feel it. You're going to feel it. Oh my God, it feels so bad. And then as you externalize to the sound of the music, as you let yourself getting caught up in the music and out of your mind, you'll start to feel better. You can use the breath as a tool. So big, deep breath, let it and move. You know, feel that movement, feel that music. Take a big, deep breath in and then breathe out. Now everyone's wondering, what did I listen to? So I'm debating about whether that's an important part of this or not. Right? So like if you guys are thinking about what I listened to, why is that important? The question is, what are you going to listen to? Right? I think my playlists are public. Okay. So that's phase one of the practice. All right? That's just phase one. Now, you're going to notice those feelings of cringe. The more that you get into the music, the more you're going to be okay with the cringe. This is still playing. Okay. So that's phase number one. So breathe into it, get used to it. You can do it on your own if you want to. Next thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to do it in front of other people. So you're going to go to a public place, phase two of the practice. Put on your headphones. Go to a park. Start jamming out. Other people are going to see you. You're going to feel super cringe. Oh my God. But no, you guys think I'm done? No. Whoa. We're just getting started, dude. Right? So you're going to go into a public place and you're going to jam out to your music, because here's the cool thing. You're going to discover something awesome, is that you can enjoy that song just as much if there are other people around. Right? No, 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 no. You guys want to learn real meditation, right? Don't you want to learn like real meditation? So now that we've practiced at home, we're going to do this 3 times at home. We're going to go out into public. We're going to walk down the street. We're going to jam to our music. We're going to jam. You know, people are going to be looking at us. You're going to look at, you're going to, phase 3. You ready for this? Phase 3? Like, you're going to be jamming out. You're going to make eye contact with someone. You're going to be like, yeah. You're going to be like, and just walk right past. Eye contact, pump the shoulders, and move right past. That's it. That's it. Y'all got me? Right? That's what we're going to do. So phase 3, you're going to acknowledge to other people, like, I know you see me, I see you, I'm vibing, having the time of my life. That's how it is.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you want some green juice?
Not right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right? That's phase 3. So if you guys really want to overcome cringe, if people are saying like, okay, how do I overcome cringe? This is a meditation to do it. So you're going to use your tools of meditation, grounding yourself in the breath, do practices at home, right? So you should do Nadi Shodhana and like Om chanting and all that crap. And then let yourself get lost in the music. Focus all of your attention on the music. Feel the music. Let it come out through your body. Do it at home first. You're going to feel a little bit cringe. You're going to breathe your way through it. Next, you're going to do it in public. You're going to feel even more cringe, but now you've practiced. You've lifted those light weights. So now this is a heavier weight, but you're going to be ready for it. Your mind is going to be ready for it. You're going to feel terrible. And then something magical is going to happen. As you work through that cringe, you're going to feel amazing. Because now the opinions of other people are no longer holding you back. You're not dictating your life based on what other people think. Because dictating your life based on what other people think is a terrible way to live life. You're going to be you. And that's totally fine. You're completely comfortable with it. Side effect, building confidence. 3. You can sit on a park bench. You can close your eyes for phase 2. You can just vibe a little bit. People can walk by. They can judge you a little bit. Let them judge you. Phase 3. Eyes open, baby. You're walking down the street. Make eye contact. Right? That's what we're going to do. You're going to smile at people. And you're going to move on. Right? You're not going to force any kind of interaction. You're not going to talk to them. Because here's the thing. If there's some crazy dumbass who's listening to music, jamming out, looks at you, smiles, and nods their head, who do you think is more embarrassed? Who do you think is like other people can't handle that, but I guarantee you will make someone's day. They won't even understand what the hell is going on, and you will make their day. Because for a moment, they're going to feel embarrassed. They're going to feel accepted. They're going to feel like this guy's such an idiot, but they're so like, it's just like pure positive energy. It's amazing. You guys get that? Like, this is back when wild Dr. K walked the streets of Boston. Sometimes a wild Dr. K would do this to people, right? You're just going to live your life. You're going to look at other people. You're going to make contact. You're going to smile. You're going to do your thing. You're going to move on. And for that moment in time, I can guarantee you that in that moment in time, there will be like a moment of happiness for another human being. Like, this person's so crazy. But in that moment, they will forget about their student loans. They will forget about their breakup. They will forget about, how they need to study for their tests. For one moment in time, you will give them such a gift. And then you're just going to move on with your life. They're going to be like, what the hell was that? I don't even know. You're going to leave them like, what the? And that's it. That's phase number 3. Okay? This is a meditation for cringe. Who are we rating, chat? This has been such a painful idea to think about. What the hell? That's the whole point. It's a meditation on cringe. Like what? You think we're going to be academic about it and be like, oh my God, this is cringe. This is the natures of cringe. This is how we classify as a cringe. There are 3 attributes of cringe. There's this one, this one, this. And then your mind is like, oh yeah, okay, cool. I understand cringe now. Great. I'm more knowledgeable. Good job, me. No, we have to live it, right? So meditation is about experience. That is what the real self is. To feel that cringe within you and work through it, as opposed to armchair quarterbacking. I'm going to watch a YouTube video about cringe and then I'm going to watch 10 more, but I'm never going to actually face the emotions inside me and never going to adjust my behavior. Instead, I will watch YouTube videos instead of making alterations to my life. No. Feel the cringe on your skin. Absolutely. Live it, embrace it, work your way through it, and then be free of it.
ペンキ屋も息子やねんけど。おいおいおいおい。喋るな。村重 気がないっすね。あとは大丈夫ですか、高いとこは。加藤さん、お坊様のようですね。落ち着いてますね。これ見習ってください、浜田さん。喋られないの。怖かったんですね。
これね、見てるとやる。
書いて。さあ、よろしいですか。目の前にあるパネル選んでいただきます。順番に。その裏に書かれてあるバツをですね、どんどん皆さんに仕掛けていきます。最終的にですね、各チーム誰か一人残ったら最後まで残った方のチームが勝ちと、このようになってます。よろしいですね。さあ、それではまずは浜田さんからパネルを選んでいただきますよ。2番どうぞ。
何これ。
さあ、行ってもらいましょう。敵討ち。
志村けんの7。
関係あれへん。関係あれへんじゃない。
勝手でしょ。
わかりました。じゃあ志村けんの7。バレーボールいってみよう。
バレーボール。まだまだ甘いわ。
ことの方がバレーボールより敵討ちの方がショック大きいですね。さあ、松本さん。
はい。
何番いきましょう。
志村けんの4。なんでだろう、君。
なんでか。松本さんやのに。
あとか4。
4番ですね。さあ、4番いってみよう。
なんで俺だけなんか SF みたいな、そのなんか。
SF やからね。戦車ですよ。
何？
さあ、それでは行ってみましょう。戦車。
何乗ってんねん、お前。
中心のとこが行かれてしまいました。しかしまだ大丈夫でしょう。さあ、それでは加藤さん。
じゃあね、怒りは長介の6。
どういうことや。怒りは長介。わかりませんけど OK。6番オープン。
何？おしょう。おしょうって何よ。
おしょう。
お父さん、これはきつい。お父さん、目が血走ってる。
大丈夫ですね。OK、終了。今1個外れかけですけど、まだギリギリで止まってます。さあ、浜田さん、パネル何番しましょう。
10番。
えらいちっちゃい声ですけども、10番めくってみましょう。何でしょうか。親衛隊ときましたね。さあ、それでは行ってみましょう。親衛隊。こっちの計算ではこの紙テープのショックで崩れるかなと思ったんですけど、 8番 PK これ PK さあ行きましょう PK 志村大丈夫かまだ
玉切りちょっと痛いな。
1番2さあ1番ボーリングですちょっとねお父さん思いっきり言ってくださいお願いしますいいこと出ました数だけで叩いてます
早く。
16番
何や
お祭りめちゃめちゃ嫌なとこで止まりましたね後ろから見たらライダーみたいになってんねん
いやいやいや、笑われへん。ごっつい怖い。
さあもうこれ浜田さんあと1回で終わってしまいそうですさあ続いては志村さん
俺もうずっとこの
行きましょう
何番にしようかな。何番にしようかな。
早言え
17番。なんて書いてあるの？
アメフトと書いてあります
ギブアップ。
俺に影響あるんだ 何しに出てきたんや。関係あれへん。ほんでお前やられた俺はなんて言うたらいいの。ああ、加藤さん。13番。はい。13番。13番オープン。よっしゃー。これは来るな。さあこれは一体どうなるか行ってみよう。どっこい。
Hi, I'm TM Davey. I'm an artist living in Bushwick, New York. I teach at the School of Visual Arts, and I've been challenged to create a self-portrait in 11 levels of increasing complexity. We're not worried about photo likeness. In these levels, we will be working from a mirror. We're interested in the way our mind perceives the sense of volumes of the head, the sense of light as it plays across time. Good, bad, none of that matters here. This is about discovery. I'm defining complexity as the layers of thinking that help us to build observational truths that are necessary for a picture that just somehow feels right. This is my interpretation of the challenge. Every level has infinite amount of space to branch off and discover things that maybe haven't been discovered. Level 1, solar head. The solar head, it emerged on the walls of caves. The solar head is a circle, 2 eyes, and a mouth. If you were to ask a 3-year-old to draw a person, they'd most likely start with the shape of a head. This is an instinctual, archetypal structure. Your child will arrive at the solar head at some point just out of the pure curiosity to reflect themselves. As soon as that child begins to see the difference between one person's nose and another, one person's eyes and the next, we're entering the next level. Level 2, identifying features. At level 2, language can be a guide. When you understand that an eye has eyelashes, there is often a will to put those eyelashes in the drawing. As soon as we move away from the solar circle, we're playing this game of diversity, this game of character. People tend to get frustrated when their language is greater than their feeling of reality in the drawing. But this is just a matter of practice. With a different shape of eyes, I might become a visitor to South Park or an adorable anime figure. But while these worlds are endless, some simple structures of reality might seem to be hiding from me. Level 3, volumes and proportion. The points of proportion on the human head exist really in the basic structure of the human skull. This is Skelly, aka Mr. Bones. The truth of the human skull is that yes, the top of the skull might be circular, but attached to the bottom of the skull is the bone of the jaw. This bone of the jaw tends to have a sort of 1, 2, 3 angularity. This is me as a Disney character. You'll notice this method of circle and jaw in the drawings of Disney cartoons. It is a simple but slightly more complex way of understanding what it is that we're trying to get to. We're beginning with 3 basic points of proportion. The top of the forehead to the line of the eyebrow then down to underneath the nose to the bottom of the chin. There is a subtle proportionate difference between those 3 spaces that will allow a sense of personhood, of individuality to the subject that you're drawing, and in this case, yourself. So what we're putting on the page is the circle of the base of the skull, the general character of the planes of a person's jaw, and then we're finding the proportionate markings that might get us immediately to a sense of structure and likeness. Level 4, planes of the head. The planes of the head build on the structure we just discussed. But what we're looking for is to create more 3-dimensionality from that structure. First, we have to consider the anatomy of the skull. Often the human head can be simplified into a side, a transition plane, and a center. We often think of the forehead as being a flat plane, but if you really look at it in 3 dimensions, what you'll discover is that there is really a transitional plane on the side from the temple moving towards the middle of the forehead, and then a plane that is more flat than round at the center plane of the forehead. So, side, transition, center, transition, side. The cheeks themselves are not this sort of round form that we often think that they are. The cheeks have a lot of 3-dimensional direction moving backwards across the skull and connecting the forward plane of our chin all the way back to nearly the base, the back of our skull. What you'll find is that the planes of the mouth are often going to look like a Mr. Potato Head lips. So we're not just drawing the mouth as we think of it, the lips and the teeth. What we're really drawing is the structure underlying the mouth, the orbicularis oris, the muscle group. Some people refer to it as really the muzzle shape of the mouth, but I find that a bit disquieting. The orbicularis oris, the mouth has a side and a middle. And if you can understand the side and the middle and the side and the middle, and you can understand it also as having a sort of angularity, you begin to understand that the lips sit outwards from the jaw structure in a 3-dimensional set of planes. We somehow know that these structures differentiate us, and we like that differentiation. Often one of the common mistakes that people make at this stage is that they will draw the eyeball or the eye as too big for the socket or too small for the socket, because they are thinking of the eye as being a symbol of the face rather than being a part of an underlying structure, as something that sits into a bone and muscular form. If you look at comic book heroes, most of them, many of them, are really just perfect examples of the planes of the head. There's not much more to them except a slight variation of proportion and maybe a little bit of character in some of the features or in the colors of their suits. What you'll notice is that their underlying drawing is really just a set of angles that are determined here. And if you've ever wondered how comic artists are able to draw in 3 dimensions so fluidly, and have it still seem like there is a certain kind of realistic depiction there, it's because they've just learned the planes of the head well enough that they can imagine it in 3 dimensions. And the structure is advanced enough that it convinces us of a more elaborate reality. And in some ways I might as well be wearing a cape. There is a feeling of this reality as having a heroic structure that is not exactly what we're seeing when we're looking in the mirror. And the trick now is going to be always looking for these angles and yet always looking for even a more observable truth. Level 5, the block-in. As I've been drawing the planes of the head, I've been drawing this kind of frontal symbolic set of planes. Blocking in the head is really just remembering and forgetting that we have angles and straight lines that might give us a sense of structure. I want to encourage, if you're following me along, that you find a place that you can look at your page and look at the mirror without moving too much. Because what we're trying to find is a way of getting back to looking and looking without having to do too much shifting around. If my head is tilted like this, I know already, yes, I'm looking for 1, 2, 3, 4. But what I'm trying to tune into now is the block-in, that angle, 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 angle. this specific angle. I can just sort of mark it out on my page in long, fluid, gestural marks that are straight and angular. In some ways, I like to think of it as really drawing the space around the face, or they're placeholders. It's like telling somebody the directions before they actually go on the journey. You're giving yourself a map of what the face is going to be doing on a basic, undifferentiated level. This is your opportunity to measure in the mirror using the tip of your pencil and the slide of your thumb. You're going to put the tip of the pencil at the top of your forehead. You're going to move your thumb down so that it is now at your brow. And you're going to just use that same measurement and compare top of the brow to the nose and nose to the chin. And you're going to assess what the subtle differences are between those proportions. And now you're going to take the tip of your pencil and move your thumb to assess the same differences in your drawing. The most common mistakes when we're blocking in our head is that even if the angle of the eyes is like this, we just somehow want it to be like this. If the head is turned a little bit like this, rather than seeing that this proportion is going to be much bigger than this proportion of the opposite side of the face. The back plane of the cheek is disappearing around the side that we can no longer see. We will somehow just will that cheek to be apparent in the drawing. We'll want those eyes to be the same size so that we just don't want this eye to be bigger and closer and more prominent on the face. I would challenge you to draw Van Gogh's self-portrait in a straw hat from 1887. Notice how much the eyes are at a tilt, how close that nose really is to the side of the face. And my guess is, your first try, you'll level out those eyes, you'll bring that nose to the middle, but try it and see. Wow, Jordan really picked up on the displacement of that right eye, the way that it's sort of set below. She might have dropped it a little bit too low. And if we notice, she's also doing a slightly common mistake where she's just maybe bringing the eyes a little bit even more towards the middle of the face. That idea of the head being turned and the features moving all the way to the side of the face, that's something very difficult to get. But she's doing a great job, I have to say. Jason did what we were maybe expecting. Just a little bit bringing the eyes more level than the Van Gogh's tilt. Lucy got a different feeling in that Van Gogh that I really like. But that leveling's in there, if we can notice it. The brow is more horizontal. Pamela did a good job of keeping Van Gogh's head feeling like it's turned in that central form. Sarah's really bringing that nose more towards the middle. Sarah's really bringing that eyes and making them more central in the face so that they take up really the same amount of space in relationship to the middle of the head. It really takes us even further back towards that solar head in a way. Even though there is all of these sort of centerings and levelings and shifts of the drawing, there is still, by the fact that we know what Van Gogh looks like, recognizability in Sarah's work. Look for these places where you are centering, where you are leveling, where you're creating some sort of symmetry that may not exist in actual observation. If you keep making smaller and smaller observations in block-in, you can really achieve a fairly high degree of realism. I'm going to copy it over in a much lighter tone so you can see how the block-in can be a sort of map of structure. And I'm going to begin now with the next level. Level 6, contour. As the head turns away from the line of sight, there is an edge. That edge can be traced, and we call that line the contour. This contour is a way of really expressing the subtleties of shape. The instinct at this point is to start with a kind of scratchy mark. We think that maybe we're going to get it more right if we make scratchy, nervous marks. We can allow for our pencil to flow and be marvelously attuned to what it is that we're observing. Now, this takes practice. When we look at a beautiful eye, we don't see 100 nervous marks. We see, the rhythm of the eye, this elegant flow. Most people instinctually, because of our symbolic values, will go, ooh, I gotta draw the eyes now. Move across the face. Allow yourself to observe around the face. Explore the way your eye might move, so that you might move from the ear and down through a jaw, and then up to a brow and down through a nose. We're not worrying yet about light and shadow. What we're really worrying about is the forms that feel like outside edges. And this is one of the great joys of portraiture for me. I have never encountered a face that wasn't a pleasure to draw. The contours have defined the outside edge, but internally we may feel that there is a certain flatness that we do not feel when we are observing our faces from life. That brings us to the next level. Level 7, light and shadow. The thing that we are trying to understand is, where does shadow begin and where does it end? What we're trying to first think about is, what is the light source and where is it hitting our faces? Because our heads are not linear block-ins, there is a contour that will describe the edge of that shadow. And if you squint your eyes at your face in that mirror as it's being hit by a single source, you'll see a shape that just appears just a little bit clearer. And that's the shape that we're going to map in now. We are still in some ways looking for a contour, but this contour is no longer on the outside edges. There is a terminator line where the light can just no longer hit. It's like thinking like Andy Warhol. We're just trying to create the most basic tones to give us the illusion of a kind of simplified poster-like reality. Pop art is really this game right here. Another thing to consider. What's the angle of your light source? The main point of my light source is somewhere around a 45-degree angle. Now, the light source can be moved, and you're free to move it wherever you want. In Caravaggio's self-portrait as Bacchus, you'll notice the light source is a little bit more from above. In most of Frida Kahlo's portraits, she's illuminating herself with a light source, but she's almost hiding it, which is the same for a lot of the flash photography that is used as a reference for Warhol's pictures. To finish this level, all we're going to do is put in an average. Not the darkest element of the shadow, not the lightest element of the shadow, just a kind of middle. So we're coloring it in a sense. In the next level, we're going to be drawing more nuanced information across this. So we want the line to be sort of tight. In classical terms, we are beginning the chiaroscuro, the effect of light and shadow across observable reality. It feels like we are under a very bright light that is a little bleached out. Like there is not this understanding of all of the other planes that exist in the light. That brings us to the next level. How do we get to all of the volumes as the light is moving across our face? Level 8, highlights and accents. So as we are continuing the path of light and shadow, and developing our chiaroscuro, we are going to find the most reflective points of light and the most obvious points of dark. The highlights are where the forms of the face, and anything really, are being hit most directly by the light source. The accents are those points that are so deep inside the shadow that there is no bounce light, no room light, no other light able to reach them. Take a look at this value scale. Within our human vision, we have a range from white to black. Value is every gradient in between. There is an infinite number of values. In terms of major steps between values, different systems say you can cleanly see 10, 11, 20 steps of value. The value scale that I learned is the same number system that is used in the Munsell system. 0 is black, the absence of light, no light. 10, the peak volume, is white. By creating a set of steps, you're beginning to train the eye to see the nuanced differences between values. Every color skin will reflect in different ways, but almost every complexion will have a point that can reflect the light source in a way that reaches our bright value. And as we go to the other end of the spectrum, our shadows will exist near the bottom. And already at this stage, there is a feeling of a certain kind of finish. Level 9, gradients and value. At this point, we are really carving out structure through the use of light and shadow. Since we have our highlights, in some ways we can begin to just follow the white as it diminishes, as it gets darker and darker and darker, up into that shadow line. Now the point to remember is, it's never going to be as dark in the light as it is in the shadow. So The tendency as we look at around the highlights is to see much darker values. But if we keep squinting our eyes, we can start to see it in relationship. So it might be useful actually to begin with the halftones. That gradient, just the softening edge between the light and the shadow. Now suddenly the face is no longer this kind of Marvel comic or this feeling of posterized reality. It becomes a softer reality. From there, now we have the tone of our halftone and the tone of our highlight. The rest is a journey of discovery about smaller forms. As you discover the point on the highlight on the cheek, as it moves away, you are finding the careful discovery of really what is the shape of that cheek? How does it get darker? This is the joy of advanced drawing. This is where we get to say, this nose is very complex. There is a complexity to life that unfolds in these nuanced discoveries of value. If we're careful and we take our time at this level, we can create a drawing that is what most people would consider finished. But at this point, as you're looking in the mirror and you're looking to your page, there is a pretty glaring difference. And the difference is simple. Your face has color and the drawing does not. Level 10, establishing a flesh tone. Color really has three basic principles. It has value, it has hue, and it has saturation. The relative chromatic strength of that color. So that this orange is a very chromatic orange. Orange can lean a little bit yellow, it can lean a little bit red. So when we begin to understand hue, we want to think about the rainbow. Light contains the whole rainbow. It contains red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, if you love Newton as I do, and violet. Violet mysteriously loops back in the mind, back into red. We have this infinite loop of color. Theoretically, if we can just understand that there is this scale of placement of hue, it will help us in our observation of color. We saw how white gradates towards shadow. We can see how the flesh tone of our face might lean towards red, it might lean towards yellow, and it might lean all the way from a slightly reddish version of our flesh tone into a near blue or violet version of our flesh tone. And the reason I'm beginning on a tone page when the pastel has a kind of loose pasteliness, a kind of brokenness, we don't have the effect of the white of the page always sort of bouncing through. We just have a kind of neutral middle that's going to allow the color to sit in a way that feels like the color itself is the most vibrant, not the spaces between. Now we're looking for what we think of as the color of our flesh. All of us are pigmented by basically the same particles, and those particles protect us from violet and blue. They're trying to keep ultraviolet from destroying our DNA, but in the same mechanism, they steal away some of the blue wavelengths. So if we look at our color wheel and we take away blue, we're left with yellow and red. And that is essentially the two colors that make up what we think of as the average of skin. An orangey, some people are a little pinker, some people are a little bit more yellowish, but we are all not blue. If we can just sort of look for where we sit in that general idea of light and dark in the average, we can find what we feel is the middle of our flesh. And we're going to just kind of lay that color into the average of the light, and we're going to lay now the shadow tone into the average of the shadows. I'm not digging in too much with the pastel because I don't at this point want to make it too dense of a material so that I can't draw on top of it. I'm just kind of give myself a color. Level 11, color as value. We have our average skin tone. What we're trying to find is where the color comes forward is more saturated, where it gets redder, and where it moves across that spectrum to silvery, grayish, greens, blues, and violets. Light is in some ways predictable. Red light is a very weak wavelength, and so if it has to travel a far way to be reflected back to the eye through lots of pigmented flesh, there might not be a chance for that red to make it out. However, there is a thin amount of capillaries in flesh right next to a bone. That light doesn't have so much far before that bone is hard enough to help it reflect back to the eye, and so we wind up getting what we think of as ruddies. Ruddies is an old term, the idea of rouge, redness, ruddy moments of red flesh. And you'll find those on the edges of knuckles, elbows, on cheekbones, the bridge of noses. You find that often right where there's a thin amount of flesh against bone. If you're looking for pinkness, the first place I'd say to look is look for those traditional ruddy places on the face. Blood is red, but by the time that light moves through that vein, it just can't make it out as red. It comes out as the strong wavelength, which is blue. Skin is complicated, but if you can begin to sense where it cools, where it leans into the blues or the neutral grayer values, because orange and blue make a kind of gray, and where it begins with red, you can begin to almost notice that the face is essentially rainbows. The game of pastel really is to start with that fleshy middle and to just now pick up on all of the ways the color not only gets lighter and darker, but moves through this spectrum and gets stronger in the reds and maybe a grayer red or a more yellowy yellow or maybe just a little more yellow. If I were to suggest that there's a mistake of observation in color, it's mostly that the value of the color becomes too dark in a red, rather than seeing the way that a red on the cheek needs to be a red that is light enough to exist near the lightest point. We often will make it a dark red so that it flattens or distorts what we feel is the elegant form of the face. I almost want to say level 12, if you want it. Freedom to live, to discover life on your own terms. These levels can really apply to any medium. Taking these levels into an oil painting to explore the same ideas with just a little bit more time and a little bit more freedom to layer and to correct as I go. Oil painting just gives a little bit more space to find and discover more nuances and more subtleties and more shifts of light and little bits of detail that emerge with the slow reveal of the process. I hope to let myself, as I make a picture, be wowed by life, be wowed by new discoveries of what's just right there, moment to moment, the be here nowness of painting. And at the same time, maybe the ways that they bring up emotions and subtle connective thoughts that somehow, I believe, make their way into the picture. Thanks, Wired.
The Great Plains of Mongolia, home to a surprising feline, the Pallas cat. They have adapted to all seasons in this sparse, treeless wilderness. And despite challenges, they rear their young, feeding themselves and their growing family with remarkable ingenuity. It takes a very special kind of cat to thrive here. Eastern Mongolia. A continuous expanse of rolling grassland and semi-desert. There are no trees here. Instead, the landscape is dotted with domestic herds. For centuries, locals here have followed their sheep and goats as they graze. Living in assembled houses called gars, these people are nomadic and travel with their animals in search of good quality pasture. There are wild herds here too. Mongolian gazelle. Their seasonal migrations cover a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. Above them, eagles soar. Golden eagles and steppe eagles. While golden eagles remain in Mongolia throughout the year, steppe eagles migrate here in the spring to breed. Both hunt the animals that live on these grasslands, like these Mongolian gerbils. Brandt's voles and Dorian ground squirrels. There are more than 30 species of small mammal living off the plains. Rich pickings for a grassland predator, like the Pallas cat. The end of November, winter in Mongolia, where temperatures frequently plummet to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Sukbata province is a stronghold for Pallas cats in eastern Mongolia. And nomads have reported several sightings. There's something moving in the snowfield. A red fox, making the most of a break in the blizzard. Red foxes must hunt even on the coldest of days. Pallas cats travel within a range of 100 square kilometers. But biologist Otkombaya Bartagal, or Oggy, is an expert when it comes to finding Pallas cats. Oggy and the crew have chosen this boulder field to begin their search. In winter, Pallas cats often hide themselves between rocks or in ground cavities. Holes dug by foxes or marmots provide ideal resting spots. They are often 10 degrees warmer than outside. Footprints in the snow suggest they're in the right area.
Энэ манууд яг энэдээс ингэж гарч ирсэн байна. Тэнгүүд ийш нэг ингэ өсөрсөн. Буусан. За одоо энэ ийшээ лан энд лан гэсэн. Ийшээ дээгүүр.
If they were hunting here, they must still be nearby. New footprints. Nestled deep inside a cavity. A Pallas cat. With a fierce stare. Oggy pulls it out carefully to check its health. This is a fully grown adult. It's aggressive, just like a wild cat should be. At 48 centimeters from nose to rear, it's similar in size to a domestic cat, but it's stockier with a thick layer of fat,
Very fat.
making it just over a kilo heavier. At odds with the fierce-looking face, the body is round with long, dense fur. The team then releases the cat. His little legs aren't designed for distance. After a short, high-speed dash, he stops to survey his surroundings. He flattens and becomes motionless, with his back and front legs stretched out and chin on the snow.
Тэр одоо зөвхөн өөрийгөө одоо дайсаа амтнуудаас одоо өнгөлн даллахсан нэг хэлбэр байна. Тэгээ тэр үднээсээ л ерөнхийдөө тэр өөрийгөө хамгаалах аюулгүй байдал талаас нь ингэж харж авч байгаа л гэж боддог юм да.
On an open plain, there is nowhere to hide. Lying low and still is the most effective form of protection. The Pallas cat might be fierce, but it has enemies. Eagles are their biggest threat, but even foxes would hunt a Pallas cat given the opportunity. But the cat has a clever hiding strategy. An eagle passing overhead would never know this cat wasn't a rock. While most cats have triangular ears on top of their heads, the flat ear position of the Pallas cat allows them to blend in, just like a smooth boulder. It's the ultimate depiction of stealth. Its eyes are another special feature. A Pallas cat's eyes are placed relatively high up on a small forehead, allowing them to see better as snow builds up around them. Once the Pallas cat decides to become a rock, it may not move for a very long time. After a time, and when it is deemed safe, he begins a low, slow crawl. When spring arrives on the Mongolian plains, the snow melts, but the grass remains yellow. There will be no rain here until the end of the summer. By July, the ground is dry and dusty. The temperature reaches nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Since midwinter, the temperature has risen by 70 degrees. Demoiselle cranes have migrated across the Himalayas from India and Nepal to breed here. They gather around the now scarce pools of water to avoid overheating. Golden eagles must protect their chicks from the sun. But the Mongolian gazelle do not have the luxury of shade. They must continue their journey. And some won't make it. The research team has been following the Pallas cats using radio telemetry. And they picked up a signal. Even in the distance, the aerial on the collar gives it away. Having shed almost half of its weight since the winter, it now has a distinctly different shape. The dense layers of fur and fat are gone, enabling it to survive the extreme heat of the summer. But it still uses the same slow stalking movements as it did in winter. Staying close to the ground to avoid detection. Augie and the team continue their search for Pallas cats. And they make an exciting discovery. Nestled between the boulders are 4 kittens. Pallas kittens are usually born in late spring and raised in the boulder fields of the Mongolian plains. The rocks provide much needed shade, as well as keeping them hidden from predators. there are more kittens in dens nearby. Each litter has between 3 and 5. They seem to know that they must stay still and quiet. But at least there's no worry of being spotted by eagles in here. The day is long during a Mongolian summer. The sun doesn't set until 9 p.m. The team decides to stay and watch the boulders for signs of life. This kitten is around 2 months old. As the evening air cools, more kittens cautiously emerge. Staying close to the rocks at first, then getting a little more adventurous. Once they're accustomed to their surroundings, they can't stay quiet for long. This is kitten playtime. They are already showing traits of wildcat behavior. The tip of this kitten's tail waves with excitement. It's something the tails of adult Pallas cats do when targeting prey. For his sibling, however, it's an irresistible lure. As the light fades, the kittens tire. But hours later, they are awake again. Their mother has returned, giving them a welcome feed. They will suckle for 3 to 4 months in total. By the end of the summer, they will be weaned. From their regular observations, the team have been able to gather valuable information of the kitten's growth pattern. At 1 month old, they're able to leave the den to explore their surroundings, watched by their attentive mother. She's mid-molt, with her short summer coat coming through. She growls, sensing a potential threat. She won't take any chances. She reacts by carrying a kitten back to the den. By mid-July, a transformation is beginning to take place on the plains. The eagerly anticipated rains have arrived. And day by day, the grass gets greener. And flowers bloom. For Mongolia's nomadic people, who are spread out over the plains, summer is a time to come together and socialize. This is the festival of Nadam. The children race the horses over 20 kilometers. Horses are a way of life here, so it's fitting that they play a big part in the festival. It's the greatest honor to win with a horse your family has raised. Voles are making the most of the season's growth. They pop out from holes in the ground and scurry about, scanning for danger. But they are never far from a bolt hole. Small mammals are always on the lookout. And for good reason. Palace cats are ready to seize on a hunting opportunity. And the crew are on hand to capture the action. First, an adult female. She's moving carefully, looking for prey. But she has company. A kitten in tow. Ignoring her kitten, she moves ahead, fully focused on her prize. She appears to have spotted something in the distance. She adopts the familiar low stance as she approaches her target. The vole is now just meters ahead of her. And she still has the element of surprise. Success. With kittens to feed, as well as herself, hunting is a never-ending task. Then, the team captures something extraordinary. A Brant's vole. The cat notices it, and it notices her. This time, there is no element of surprise. But she shakes the tip of her tail. And as if by magic, the vole is mesmerized. The vole has time to run, but it doesn't move. She looks certain to make a kill. But at the crucial moment, her kitten bounds in. She clearly voices her disapproval. Inspired by the discovery, the film crew experiment with their own dummy palace cat tail. Just by waving the dummy tail, they have the attention of this vole. Not just one, but three. They are fixated on the swaying object. Oggy has an explanation.
шууд ингээд зүгээр явж явахдаа л хөдөлж байгаа шүү дээ.